Eora, a world where mortals live, die, and are reborn through the turning of the wheel, in a cycle of reincarnation, watched over by the gods. Our gods, some of whom love us more than others. Your home, the Obsidian Empire, is treasured by Wodica, Our Lady of Law and Vengeance, the Burned Queen. But our goddess has lately turned her eyes from us, and our empire has suffered revolts, famines, challenges to rightful rule. We lack a common purpose, but we could find it in the living lands, a rich and lawless island settled by fugitives, wanderers, exiles, and us. Yet the more we free this place from danger, the more the land fights back. And now, as our colonists crowd into Paradise, the last safe city, the locals find themselves crowded out. Many years ago, you were born to a family in our Obsidian Empire, and in a rare turn of the wheel, you came into this world, a godlike, touched by a patron god in the womb. To some, a blessing. To many, an abomination. You grew up an outsider, but I saw potential in you. Potential and an opportunity. And within my court, you found purpose. Now I call upon your vow to our empire and name you my envoy. Venture forth in the name of your homeland and secure our future.
silmes mitum! Worthen Roth!
Quethi
Lava Rupi! Quethi silmes mitum! Lava Rupi on sake! Quethi silmes mitum!
What do you know of the living lands? The rumors and tales are so vexing, they cannot be true. And yet they are. Those untamed wilds, overgrown with the most curious wonders and the most dreadful abominations. There beats a dark pulse within the heart of that soil. Something vile stirs beneath the earth, seething with rot and decay. A corruption growing beyond everything it touches. Its foul tendrils reach towards us, to lash out at the Empire itself. I command you, go to the living lands, find the roots, and if necessary, sever them. You are my envoy. Remember your vow. The hopes of an empire rest upon you.
Envoy, over here. At least some supplies survived, for all the good it does. You're alive! Thank the gods I pulled you out the wreck when I did. I wasn't about to let the Emperor's Envoy die on my watch. At least the journey's not completely lost. I heard the cannons. I couldn't... We dashed on the rocks. The waves took care of the rest. You'd be in the drink now if I hadn't gone back for you. Fort Northreach, island off the Living Lands. I've been here before. It's an Eora outpost, but... Maybe better off if it were. I saw flashes, Envoy. It weren't the storm that wrecked our ship. It was cannon fire, and it could only have come from that fort up the hill. It makes no sense. No one fires on their own countrymen, unless... That's what I'm afraid of too. In the meantime, you survived. That means we're not scuppered yet. As long as you're here, the Emperor's mission can still go ahead. Couldn't agree more. Adir's got an embassy in the port of Paradis. Once we make it there, we can regroup, figure out what to do next. I hate to say it, but the fort's probably our only chance of escape. We need supplies, and if our troops have been captured, they'll need our help. Thank you. I'll keep you safe. Those boards up there look old. A good hit and we can be on our way.
Alright, so this is a new game that got it a little bit early due to the early release package on Xbox. Check the description though, there's a link to a Wikipedia article that discusses some of the information on this game. I'm not going to be talking a whole lot in this stream. I have been having a lot of fun doing silent streams, of course, unless somebody shows up to chat. I'm only even really mentioning this now for the sake of archiving the information, as well as just kind of introducing myself to this world. And I'm ready to get into this game. I've played it a little bit started 2 different characters, but I haven't really made it past the first town per se. So I've got a little bit into the system, but I haven't really explored it a whole lot. I don't plan on skipping cutscenes. I do plan on keeping my mic muted unless somebody were to come in the chat and want to chat. Otherwise, I don't really see any reason to annoy everybody with my voice. So I'm going to leave you here with that. And if you want to chat, go right ahead. Otherwise, let's have some fun.
You look like a dab hand with that. I don't understand. Why would they fire on us, their own people? No use wondering. We've got to make sure our troops are safe. Ah, well, don't suppose they were using that either. No, no! The fort's lit their distress beacon. We've got to hurry. Come on, the fort's up ahead. Tripwire! Good hands. How many of these damn things are there? Springberries, good. Those should rally us. Gods, it's a bloodbath. They've torn the place apart from the inside. Did they? Were they fighting each other? Envoy, I don't like this. I remember some of the soldiers praying around that Adra pillar. Hope it helped their souls find the beyond.
We rise from slumber. Is it you?
Who disturbs us?
Look out! God, is this what they were like? I don't understand. How could our own people sink to this? These used to be nice quarters. Roots? Why is she talking about roots? Put its guard up! Hit it with everything you've got! Not work of them! I thought I had your back. Guess you've got mine. Surely there's a way to clear those brambles.
Is someone there? Over here! Help! I'm locked in! Oh, about time. Oh, gods! What's the matter with your face?
work. You're not gonna let her out, are you?
Stay back. I'm not catching whatever's on your head.
Easy. They're a godlike.
You mean a god gave you that face? Touched your soul and everything?
That's right.
Never seen one of your kind before. I always heard folks say you were blessed. Looks more like a curse to me.
That's the Imperial Envoy you're talking to. Show some respect.
The Imperial? Shite, I should have known you were a Deerans too. Funny you survived while all your friends here went belly up. Roughing up, more like. Same as everybody they arrest. Adir's had their boot on Paradise since their first soldiers came.
'Cause the place is pure chaos.
Did you not think we liked it that way? I have to smuggle just to get anything past your damn checkpoints. I'm trying. Your friend's the one picking a fight with me.
Paradisans will knife you in the back over a dirty look.
At least we don't go mad and slaughter each other. The day I came, I noticed the guards talking gibberish. Then the killing started. They went wild. Stabbed their mates in their sleep. I heard it, all right. When the storm came, they fired the cannons. Their faces changed. That soldier in here tried to strangle me. I had to defend myself.
I've got a bad feeling about this. It doesn't make sense. What if she murdered that soldier and she's just trying to cover it up?
At least one of you's listening. Look, we don't have to like each other, but we can all get out alive. I left my boat at the edge of the island. It should still be there. Doesn't look like I have a choice, eh? You let me out, and all three of us can go to Paradise.
Envoy, I've tangled with Paradisian smugglers before. She'd say just about anything to get out of that cell. Her story's full of holes. What if the boat's not there? What if she turns on us?
For fuck's sake, be reasonable. Don't listen to him. Gods, that's the sanest thing I've heard all day. Let's move.
If we live to regret this... Adherent soldiers don't massacre each other. They just don't. Something caused this. To think they turned on each other like dogs. I can't fathom it.
They were bastards when they came here. All it took was time.
But adherents, we respect each other. We're raised to follow the rules.
What's the matter? Upset your kin are no better than anyone else. Stay in the tall grass. We can get the drop on them. Shite! Fine. More coming. Stay down and don't get us killed.
be your sake!
Hope there's a fire spell in there. It'd make quick work of the brambles. We've got the high ground. How should we do this? Magic's the flashy choice, I suppose.
Worse and rough!
Find your right side!
Worse and rough! Worse and rough!
On the right!
Worse and rough!
I've seen ruins like these. Wonder what they are. Maybe nobody knows.
Paradisans call them godless. Some kind of people who came here long ago.
I tried to tell them. Why wouldn't they listen? You can't kill me. No one can kill me. I'll swim across the sea.
I knew it. Whatever's on their faces, it gets into their heads.
I'm no expert on soul plagues, but whatever you came here to find, I'd say you found it.
It's uncanny.
No, it isn't. You're a godlike. He's... well, look at him. He's sick.
Who disturbs us? I had dreams. Fabulous dreams. They tried to silence them.
Steady yourself, please. We're only trying to help.
You're wasting your breath. He's gone.
You tread in the orchard. Spreading weeds. Nightmares. I should have been free to drink of the land. They thought they could stop me. Vipers! Their venom stains my blade.
He can barely string a thought together. How could he have killed everyone?
He couldn't. Not like this. He's just the last one standing.
Trespassers! Rules? What rules? Who writes them? They drive us further from the tree. And you return death to us.
Envoy, this could come to blows. Keep your guard up.
Feed the roots, kill the rot!
Now you've done it!
Worse than rot! Sink! Seek!
Probably some noble who bought his commission. Now look at him.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but at least he's not suffering.
closer we twine. You have returned. We felt your presence like dew on a leaf. We wake. Heed us.
Envoy, you alright? Can you hear me? A voice? What did it say?
Now your Envoy's losing it.
No, I think something in the Adra spoke to them. Not like this. I've been round Adra my whole life, and it never spoke to me.
I don't think it spoke to anyone. Not even godlikes.
That's some gift. Sure seems like it. Now, we've still got to get to Paradise.
The boat's just up ahead.
Gods, I hope you're telling the truth.
This way.
There it is.
Thank the gods it's still here. Get on.
There, in the distance. It's Paradise. So, the smuggler wasn't lying.
My name's Eora, you know. Thanks. I've enjoyed not being dead.
Look, if this is the soul plague the Emperor sent you to find, we have to stop it. You have to stop it, no matter what it takes.
I'd heard rumors about folk changing out in the hinterlands. I thought they were just that. You know, stories. I never imagined it'd be like this.
I don't know how, but if anyone can find a way, it's you.
Will you get on before I leave without you?
Aye, onward to Paradise. Never thought I'd be glad to sail here with a smuggler.
If anyone asks, you never met me.
This is your final warning, Kai. One more, and I put a bullet in your leg.
These docks are reserved for the Imperial Envoy of Adir.
If you just tell me where the claviture is, I'd get out of your hair.
He's out on a... Hey! Turn around and sail back to wherever you came from. This dock is reserved for the Imperial Envoy. And they're late. Probably died at sea. Good riddance. Ugh, shit.
Nice.
Forgive me, Envoy. I meant nothing by it. A slip of the tongue. Can we start over? Name's Cynric, captain of the local militia. We're a scrappy bunch, but we know our way around Paradise. Unlike most Adirans who couldn't find their ass with both their hands. Oh, present company excluded. They told me you were godlike, but I didn't know what to expect. Your face, it's so...
You're doing great.
Forgive me, again. We're having a bit of an emergency. No doubt you've come for the Adiran ambassador, but he's gone, along with our clavager. Well, he's the closest thing we have to a local authority. Part keeper of the keys, part bald fist.
Paradis's mayor, more or less. Most people out here aren't fond of established hierarchies and titles. So, we made up some new ones.
Well, there's some kind of blight in the wilderness and rumors of plague. They went to investigate. Nature has a mind of its own in these parts. When the ecosystem changes, we ask ourselves how and why.
Leaderless and rudderless is the natural state of things in Paradise anyway. Keeps things interesting.
Sorry, Envoy, but no one's here to receive it.
Nonsense. There's a small army of pickpockets, smugglers, and scoundrels between those walls who'd be happy to take it off your hands.
Just ignore him.
Where did you say they went? Because I've got an idea.
They traveled northwest to the Strangle Route, past the old Pargroon Wall.
You need to find the ambassador, and I need to find the clavager. How's about we partner up? Out here, people are more likely to think I'm trying to rob you. We don't see many lordly types.
Kai, before you go, make sure they come back alive, or the steel garrote will have my head.
Better yours than mine.
The Steel Garrote are here as guests, helping Adirans like yourself keep the peace. Or so they say.
That's certainly what they'd like you to believe. Sounds like their reputation back home in Adir isn't any better than it is here.
Gaming Spino, what's up? I'm just getting out of like the training area stuff and making it to the first town, so like I don't have a whole lot of loot yet, but I'm fixing to go run a dungeon. his voice is almost iconic. It sounds like what's the name of the guy from Mass Effect? He reminds me of the guy from Mass Effect, and I can't remember his name. Great game, Mass Effect. But yeah, like his voice does kind of sound iconic, doesn't it? I'm doing good. I'm doing really good. I haven't streamed in like 2 weeks, and I was gonna do some streaming last week, but I got kind of busy, and we've had a lot of like storms. We changed our internet provider, so you haven't played Mass Effect. I'm pretty sure the voice actor who did the sniper Garrus from Mass Effect, I'm pretty sure he's done a lot of voice acting work. So like, it wouldn't surprise me if there's other games. Which one should you play first? Oh, the first Mass Effect, easily. Because the way Mass Effect does their storyline progression and stuff, the decisions you make in the first game have an impact on the second game. And the decisions from the first and the second game have an impact on the third game from Mass Effect. So, like, if you just jump straight into Mass Effect 2, you have to make those decisions in the beginning training area. But it's way more fun if you just play through the first story, and then you can basically import your character. How's that possible? Yeah, it was something, a couple of games have done it. It's not a really common thing, but Mass Effect did it in a way where, they did a pretty cool thing with Mass Effect where the final game, I don't want to spoil anything for you, but there's a really big event that happens towards the end of the game, and your decisions across the game impact it. Because, like, okay, say for example in the first one, there are certain NPC characters that can die as part of the story, but they don't have to. So whenever you, like, import your character from the first game to the second game, it will import your decisions as well. So, like, if there was an NPC that can die, and it would be like a yes-no statement. Is the character dead? Yes or no. And if the character's not dead, then there's a chance that that character shows up again in the second game. Not all of the characters show up in the second game, but that's just an example. Mass Effect did a great job with shit like that. My personal opinion, Mass Effect was just an awesome game all around. It's a little old, so it's a little dated, but, you know, they did the remastered, and that one's on the Game Pass. But they did an amazing job with putting that game together. It's awesome. It is so fantastic. So it doesn't necessarily move the data. It kind of just checks to see if the data is present and then applies it to the new game. So like it imports your character, but it strips all of your armor and stuff. And in Mass Effect 2, they kind of changed how the, like, I guess the magic system or whatever, because you get, like, these force abilities. It kind of changed how, like, those abilities work, and they've added in new ones. So, like, you still kind of start your character from scratch, but your backstory and everything stays the same. So it's not too difficult to import all that. Like, the character decisions, it just applies those decisions to the second game. And of course, if you just wanted to jump into the second game, they have it set up to where whenever you go through the training thing, there'll be like an interview with a person that you have to do where they're like, hey, we thought you were dead. Tell us how you survived. And they'll be like, well, what about this thing? How did you resolve this? And it'll give you a choice on how you resolved that issue, and that's going to impact how Mass Effect 2 plays. So like Mass Effect 2 starts out with a bunch of decisions that reference the previous game, and by choosing your decisions, you're basically making the decisions from the first game. But if you just play the first game, you've already made those decisions, and you can import all that information. So instead of doing the interview where they ask all these questions, they ask, you know, some of the same questions, but they don't ask as many questions, and they just kind of fill in the blanks from your previous save file. It's a very interesting concept. I love the way Mass Effect did that. It is so fantastic. It is definitely impressive.
Maybe it's better if you don't mention me at all. Speaking of the Steel Garrote, fair warning, Their leader, Inquisitor Ludwine, is eager to greet you. Or possibly interrogate you. I heard she's a monster, the personal handmaiden of the Burned Queen. But that's not all. They say she fell in battle in the Deadfire, and death spat her back out.
Yes, this is a new game. This is Avowed. I'm actually playing it on early release. It doesn't actually fully release until the 18th, tomorrow. But I wanted to stream something today, and I started 2 other characters and kind of got to the first town, and then, you know, put it down. And I decided to start a new character for my stream because, like, you know, with streaming content, it's so much easier to start with a new character, and explore the world from that perspective, so that anybody watching can get a better idea of the world I'm playing in. What got me interested in it? So a couple of different things. One, it's a game by Obsidian, and I kind of like Obsidian's content. No Man's Sky, not No Man's Sky, The Outer Worlds was another game that they did, that I really enjoyed, back whenever I was trying to speedrun it a lot. I played the hell out of it for several weeks, months even, just try harding. So Obsidian was one of the factors. I like Obsidian as a company. I like what they do with their storytelling. I think they do really good storytelling and decision-making type stuff. But no, when this game was announced and talked about, they basically were kind of going in the direction of like a Skyrim type game. But after playing a little bit of this game, it feels more to me like Baldur's Gate without the turn-based action. Like it's more action focused. But it also feels like the Outer Worlds, where it's like it's not a full open world. It's sectioned areas that you go through to progress. So it feels a little bit like Baldur's Gate in that way, or like a D&D campaign, which a lot of RPGs play like D&D campaigns. What was their motto? That's a good question. I've never... Ain't gonna say any turn-based. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind turn-based, but it's not a playstyle that's for everyone, to be honest. And turn-based, there's a lot of things going on all at one time. You have to make a bunch of decisions, and like you can accidentally skip your own turn, or you can cast a spell or something that would take your turn, which is why, like, for Baldur's Gate, or not Baldur's Gate. I'm blanking on the name, but for the one that I was just talking about, for that game, for the turn-based system, there's the Action Surge ability, which I literally don't build a single character without Action Surge ever. I refuse to play any of those turn-based games without some type of an Action Surge ability, because what if you mess up one of your attacks? And sometimes I like to cast a spell, like a buff or something, before I attack. Action Surge is insanely good for that. It's not the best choice. It's not the best choice. It's Spacer's choice. Yeah, the jingle from the game. You know what? The Outer Worlds hit the nail on the head on like the dystopian corporate jingle advertisement based world. Like, they did so good with that concept. I love it. A lot of people get bored with the Outer Worlds quickly, but like if you really like get into that game, it's so fun. It is so fun. But I know a lot of people have complained that like there's not a lot to you know, there's not a lot to explore or whatever, and I'm like, I mean, it really depends on your level of involvement. Like, if you decide that there's stuff to do, there's stuff to do, man. Like, the planets are huge. Yeah, so this game was originally meant to feel like Skyrim, and that was kind of how it was introduced. And whenever the E3 presentation was done afterwards, a lot of people talked about this game as like the quote unquote Skyrim killer, or excuse me, not Skyrim killer, but like the the Elder Scrolls killer. And it's like, this game's going to replace the Elder Scrolls. It's going to be better than that. And I think for that reason, Obsidian was like, you know what? We're not competing with one of the greatest games to ever have been released, and I will fight tooth and nail for anybody who wants to argue that. Skyrim has stood up against time, because that game came out in 2011 and people still play that game today. You could go on YouTube and type in Skyrim, sort by date posted, and you will still see people playing and streaming that game today. That game is old. It stands up. It stands up. It really does. I just don't think that Obsidian wants to compete with that. They want to make their own space. And I think that leaning more towards what they did on the Outer Worlds, while leaning towards what they did with the Outer Worlds, as well as kind of being inspired by D&D and everything, I think that they pushed this in a direction that's going to separate them from the Elder Scrolls as a series. And I'm glad they did that, because I like Obsidian, and I kind of like Bethesda. I mean, at least I like their products. Bethesda as a company, kind of iffy. They've made some decisions, but neither here nor there. I don't think that those two should be comparing or competing with each other in the gaming environment. They both do cool things. So I think it was a good decision on Obsidian's part to get away from the Elder Scrolls killer mentality. Like, you don't want that association, because it's just too much to live up to. Like, yeah, they could possibly take out the Elder Scrolls as a series, like just kind of dash that shit, you know what I mean? They could totally try and go ham and try and destroy the legacy of the Elder Scrolls series. But why? You know what I mean? And I think Obsidian gets that. I think Obsidian's like, why would we do that? That's such a high bar to reach. And like, I don't think it's not doable. I think they could definitely do it. But I think it's just like, why would you want to? Like, do your own thing, you know what I mean? Like, and I think it's a great idea, what they did. One of those people, I had a lot of other games at the time, and I kept trying them till I just stopped going back to the Outer Worlds. One of my favorite things about the Outer Worlds, I played a stupid character. Dropped my intelligence all the way down to 0. The conversations are freaking hilarious when you're dumb. There's also a special ending if you're dumb. You have to have low intelligence. There is a special ending. And I freaking love it. But, kind of like with Fallout New Vegas, Obsidian has a very specific way of looking at world building and story building, and they do really good at what they do really good at what they do, right? Like, they do good story building, they do good world building. I think that this game, I think it's going to get a little bit of hate here at the beginning because it's new, and some people are going to jump on the hate train, but I think it's also going to get a lot of hype. And I think given the next 6 months to a year, the hate's going to fade away and die, and I think the love for this game is going to really shine. And like I said, I haven't really gone super far into the game or anything yet, but I can see the mechanics getting fleshed out. I can see the systems kind of being put on display here at the beginning, and I think they did a good job here. I like the conversations. I like the way it's set up. Like, for example, the conversation that I'm in right now, they kind of have this this decision or like a karma system almost, where like you can say somewhat mean and dismissive stuff. Like, I can ask some questions. The obvious option is we have to get moving, so they put that at number 1. But like number 2 is ominous. I'll have to ask her, is like, kind of referencing the conversation that just happened. But there's other conversations in the game where, as you go down the list, like number 4, I'll deal with Ludwig Lady, let's go. And it's basically like a dismissive option. and doing options like this will kind of like bring down your. I haven't figured out the karma system or like how it works or anything, but it seems to have somewhat of a karma system where like how you speak to people will adjust how they view you. Is kind of the idea of what I see with the karma system going on here. And to that respect, it kind of feels like the Outer Worlds, how like talking to people a certain way makes them feel a certain way about you. Like I'm hella excited to get further into the game. It's just such a good game.
I admire your eagerness, Envoy. Just don't rush into danger too quickly, all right?
Right behind you. We've got to find your ambassador and my claviger before something else does.
Started playing No Man's Sky. Oh, you got on the you get on that at a good time. No Man's Sky recently had an update. Oh yeah. Yeah, it is incredibly large. And like they've even added like new planet styles. This last update. Oh yeah, they just added a bunch of stuff. Yes, sir. They've added a bunch of stuff. There's these like bounty type missions, expeditions is what they're called, and I believe they just released a new one, which is supposed to be the reward for it is supposed to be a living ship. I don't exactly know a whole lot about living ships, but they're supposed to be fucking awesome. They're supposed to be, most of them I think are S-class ships. I could totally be wrong about that, but I haven't seen too many living ships that weren't S-class, so I'm thinking they're probably going to be mostly S-class. Yeah, No Man's Sky is an infinitely great game. You know, it was badly received at the beginning, because it was kind of a buggy mess, but they have done, you know, and No Man's Sky kind of falls in the category of like a what you call it, a live service game. You know, they've got their servers, and the world is kind of infinitely expanding, and it's just people find new planets all the time. Like I myself have found 2 paradise planets. I'm living on one of them. You know, they did a really great job. You know, it was poorly received whenever they released it, you know, because they had a lot of difficulties, you know, bugs and other kind of things and crashing issues. And it was kind of a mess when it was released, but, they have done so much work on it, and you can really tell that the people who are making No Man's Sky, you can tell they really care about that game. They're trying hard. They actually have another game they're supposed to be coming out with soon, and I can't remember the name of the game off the top of my head right now, but the developer has discussed in a YouTube video. There was like a fireside chat type thing that they did where they talked about the other game that they're coming out with, but you know, they're implementing some of the mechanics from the other game into No Man's Sky, because as they're building this new game, they're like, oh my god, this is a really cool concept. It would fit really well in No Man's Sky. And they've done a really good job about just paying attention to No Man's Sky and its community, and I think they've done great things with No Man's Sky, really. I really wish they did black holes a little more cinematically. So I haven't seen the black holes, but I have a friend who used one to travel like just the other night, and I had to ask him a couple of questions because like in real life, if you went into a black hole, because of the gravitation and, you know, like physics, because of the way that science and physics work, theoretically a black hole should crush you to a singularity, but they're used kind of as like a teleport, if I'm reading that correctly. I've never gone into one, but I had to ask my buddy, because I was like, when you go into one, you don't just die, because like that should be what happens, but it doesn't. There was one as large as the one initially. My mind would have been sent to the moon. I was worried I'd actually die in it. Yeah. See, that's what I thought, and you know, thinking about like black holes and how they're theoretically how a black hole should work with physics and stuff. Yeah, black holes are, you know, they're so massive that they literally pull gravity in towards them. Teleports you to another galaxy far, far away. Some Star Wars shit right there. A long, long time ago, in a galaxy far away.
You're glad to be on dry land after that voyage. Come on, let's get you some fresh air. Pargrunen left these beacons all over the island. They're good for finding your way around.
Pretty soon the Adherans will outnumber us 3-1.
Why doesn't the Clavager put a stop to it?
What do you think, dimwit? He's nice and cozy in the Ambassador's pocket. That's enough for now. We got a listener.
Since you noticed me, young lady, let's talk.
Keep walking, Outlander.
Oh, you're just not gonna talk to me. Okay, that's fine. No, that's fine. We don't need to be friends.
Hey, better watch your step.
I don't. Do you know who you're talking to, son? I know I just got here, but I'm itching. Let me go find a dungeon before I do something I regret. Do. I haven't even, like... So my other two characters that I started, I haven't even, what do you call it? I haven't even explored the first town. I kind of just ran through it straight to the dungeon. So I am going to stop here and talk to a few people.
How hard is it to answer a question?
I don't trifle with souls, ma'am.
They're tearing my home apart. Never mind.
Young lady. Oh, wait, I forgot. I'm playing a girl character. Excuse me, ma'am.
I can't believe how rude everyone is around here.
Paradise systems? Okay, so in No Man's Sky, when you scan a planet, like if you look straight at a planet whenever you're flying, and you hit your left stick if you're using a controller, like click it, I believe it would be L3 is the technical term for it. When you click it, it scans, right? You use your scanner. If you scan a planet, you'll see a breakdown of like resources on the planet and stuff. Paradise Planet is essentially a category of planet where the weather conditions are relatively fair. The drone activity, I can't remember what the drones are called, but like these little flying drones, the activity is pretty low for drones. It has a decent amount of resources. Like, there's a couple of criteria that makes a Paradise Planet, but basically just Paradise Planet is a combination of a couple of different things that makes it an ideal planet to live on. Right, it's a type of planet. Like there's, you know, there's volcanic planets, there's water planets, there's toxic planets with, like, you know, toxic gases and stuff like that. But a Paradise Planet has good atmosphere, really no weather system, or not no weather system, but a good weather system. Yes, Sentinels. Thank you. Paradise planets typically have low or no Sentinel activity at all. I love finding Paradise planets, but I have a friend of mine who loves to find toxic, hostile, very harsh planets. But you know, that's just because he's an explorer through and through. He loves to get into and explore stuff, like so much so that he actually hasn't really, like, he just started building one of his first bases for the first time since he started playing the game a couple years ago. Like, he doesn't do the building system very often, but he found a Paradise Planet, and it was actually a Paradise Planet that I found, and he's now living on it. And we have like kind of like a little colony built on one of the Paradise Planets. So a green planet, pretty good chance it could have been a Paradise Planet, or it could have just been, like, you know, a toxic planet. Buddy of mine, like a week or two ago, found a Paradise Planet that looks very similar to Earth, actually. You know, there's not the same structure of continents, but it's similar, and it looks pretty damn cool. Bro started his first place way too late. See, that's the thing. He doesn't build. He's not a builder. And everybody's 100%. They're going to play games in a different way. One of the first things I did was find a paradise planet and put down a small shack, a power system to power a teleporter, and a giant storage locker, a vault. Like, that was the first thing I did in No Man's Sky. Whereas my buddy, he left his planet and went to another planet and went to another planet. Like, he's an explorer. Full on, he's an explorer. He likes to use his gun, and he likes to scan stuff to get the XP. He is a exploring, fighting grinder. I'm a builder. I'm kind of like a house mom. You know, whenever I play survival games, I'm the guy that cooks food and maintains storage. I also have another friend who's really good at that type of stuff. So he's actually better than I am with the organization and shit like that. So he does a lot of that whenever me and him play together. But whenever I play by myself or whenever I play with anybody else other than my best friend, I'm the house mom. You two, you're the house mom too, or you're the explorer? And we got your fighter explorer type, and then we have your house mom type. And basically your ADC or attack damage carry and your support. And I'm a support. I ain't even gonna lie to you. I'm a support. Rightfully so. I've been doing that for a long time now. Jumping from planet to planet is actually... You're an explorer type. Yeah. I'd see my buddy, he's an explorer ADC. Literally, the first thing he did is planet to planet, exploring, collecting resources, making a bunch of money. Oh, but no fighting. Okay, yeah, just the exploration side of it, which is cool. I mean, No Man's Sky is just, it's a huge game. You can play however you want. There are no wrong answers, you know? And exploring, you'll find a lot of, like, materials and stuff to sell. So you end up with, like, you know, a bunch of resources and stuff like that. I know that the game can be played just about like any way, right? But sometimes you just find that niche. You know what I mean? You just find that niche and you go in on it, which is what my buddy did. I don't have a gun other than a mining beam and a manipulator. Yeah, my buddy did the exploration, found planets, got resources, and his whole goal was to make enough money to get a really cool ship. And he buys like every S-class he can find. Like, he's got a shit ton of money. He is a grinder through and through, but he loves the combat as well. So on top of buying every S-class ship he can get, he also on Space I Massacre. Oh yeah. The space combat's pretty fun too. But he got a gun like early in the game. My buddy went straight for the gun. Like he got as much money as he could and bought the coolest gun he can find. And he's still finding new guns all the time or new attachments. And he's just like, I gotta have this. Like he's that guy, which is fun for him. I love it. I love that he loves that game like that, because I don't play the same way he does, you know? So I get a lot of information from him about combat stuff. Like we did an expedition together, and he's explaining to me like, don't let these enemies get too close to you. They spit poison. Like he's that guy.
How hard could it be to find a watcher?
Yeah, hazardous planets are a really big pain. They're pretty common in expeditions. Like whenever you go on expeditions, you're more than likely going to come across a couple of hazardous planets. They're insane. About the jetpack first. I really like the jetpack, especially because like if you're playing with controller, right bumper is to punch, so you can sprint, punch the air, and then bump your jetpack, and you get like a huge jump forward speed boost. I don't know if you know about the punch jumping, but it's pretty common in the community. It's how I got around whenever I first started playing the game. Everywhere I went, I was punch jumping. God, you got me wanting to play No Man's Sky. The game is good. I just don't play it that much because, like, I've been playing a lot of 7 Days to Die. Absolutely love survival-styled crafter games. Oh yeah, punch jumping. So, if you're sprinting and you punch the air, you get like a leap forward. And if you jetpack while you're in the middle of that leap animation, you get a momentum boost to your jetpack. So you can sprint, punch, jetpack, and if you do it properly, you can move really fast. Like you can move really fast. And if you have an S jetpack, you'll be gliding across the planet no problem. The punch sprint is just, it's so good. It's so good. I started doing it day one, and it's how I get around most of the time. If I'm trying to get somewhere quickly, I'm punch jetting, punch bumping, however you want to call it. Yeah, just like when you're sprinting, like start sprinting, hit the punch, and then right after you punch the air, as you're flying through the air, hit the jetpack, and you'll just yeet forward. Really, really useful.
I was afraid you'd say that. I need to speak to one, fast. I'm clearly under some kind of curse. A band of Zorips invaded my house. What am I gonna do? Why did they do anything? They've probably eaten all my food and destroyed my supplies. I don't know what else. First, my ship gets attacked by pirates. Then none of my plants will take. Now this happens? And they won't let me into Paradise to sort it out? No one. Trust me, I've tried. I wonder if it's really the Adirans. Keep us out and themselves in. I should never have come here.
Come here for a better life and find a worse one. Wish I hadn't heard that before.
The dialogue reminds of Outer Worlds. Yes, it does. And, you know, it's Obsidian. Who was that girl? Pastrami? Oh, fucking Pavardi. Yes, Pavardi. The first follower you get, Pastrami. Oh man, that's funny. Yeah, she's like the first follower you get in the Outer Worlds. This girl actually kind of looks like her a little bit.
I wanted to grow a little food, save some skates. They never thrived, that's all. Clearly, I have bigger things to worry about. Gods, is it in the crops? As if things couldn't get any worse.
Memory does serve you indeed well.
Then take my house key. It's northwest of here. That cabin on the cliff all by itself. Gods know I can't go back. And there's nothing to steal either. The Zorips saw to that. Come back when you've dealt with them. And make sure you get their leader, too. I'm sorry, but I don't think they'll go quietly. You'll have to kill them. Thank you. That may not be worth much coming from a stranger, but I mean it.
So yeah, side quest. And see, I haven't explored the town at all, so this is kind of nice. I don't see stealing, so I don't know like what style of game would I consider Avowed. RPG. Sci-fi. I think it fits very comfortably in sci-fi. Sci-fi fantasy. Because it's got the aspects of, like, the, you know, these grand structures, pirate ships. Technology doesn't seem to be, like, a really big thing. But, I'd say it leans heavily on the fantasy part.
Feels like the Living Lands is growing wilder every day.
I've never even explored the town because the first two characters I made, I straight up went to the first dungeon and fought the first, like, mini boss or whatever. Straight for the main quest line, so I kind of want to look around the town real quick. Maybe pick up a few side missions, because I've never done any of the side quests. I mean, I know I'm limited experience on the game, but I started 2 other characters and got a very small way through the game. And I just kind of want to see what the world has to offer. Look at all these mushrooms.
Move along, please.
Move along.
I was here first. I'm not going anywhere.
If you're not working or selling something, you're loitering. Clear the way.
Now listen, you might be big in idea, but these are our docks, not yours. You're in for a rude surprise if you think we'll answer to you.
Fine. Have it your way.
That's funny.
Not sure what you were trying to accomplish with that.
I'll piss off.
Some people don't like being told no. Do you remember when we first met? Oh. It's been a minute. You've been with the channel for a minute. God, it was... What game was I playing at that time? I was really hard into that game for a minute. What game was I playing? That's... I bet it's on my quick tab. Wasn't Skyrim. It wasn't Elden Ring. Was it Elden Ring? Cyberpunk! Yeah, Cyberpunk. God, I played the hell out of that game for a while. Still actually need to go back and finish the DLC.
You say the militia have closed Paradise to newcomers, so where should I go?
Well,
dude, you're in the way of these conversations, bro.
Well, you know.
Yeah. I haven't heard the best things about that place. Is there nowhere else?
Perhaps the Adherents are looking for new recruits.
No thanks. I'd rather risk the journey further inland than throw my lot in with them.
Your funeral, I guess. Why not just stay here? I'm sure you could find work around the landing.
Maybe.
Feel like a year? I think it has been something like a year. Might actually be a little over a year, like a year and 2-3 months. Which just reminds me I really need to go back and finish the DLC for Cyberpunk. Yes, it's very pleasant. You know, and I've gotten a few extra subscribers along the way. You know, I'm still more of a casual streamer. It's not like I'm doing this full time or anything, but it's really nice to be able to chat with other people and discuss games that I enjoy or you know, coding and programming concepts and stuff like that. I love that stuff. No, I haven't finished the DLC. I got really absorbed in my schoolwork beginning of last year, and I've barely even played Cyberpunk since then. Most unfortunate tale. A Valiant tragedy. I'm not gonna read through all that right now, but I love how they have like the full storybooks. It reminds me of Outer Worlds. Since when do you have the same number of subs? Since you put in that work, my boy. Genuinely, you know, I don't really get promoted a whole lot by YouTube's system. I also have my channel marked as for not for kids, so like the normal group of kids that tend to swarm to streamers that play like Fortnite and stuff. I don't get those kids. And it's for good reason. I don't really want those kind of kids in my chat or following me because, and it has nothing to do with Fortnite. It's just I'm not a babysitter, so I don't want to really deal with kids. Like, it's not my job to wrangle in somebody's child. So I have my content marked as not for children. And I tend to lean towards games that are rated for like T for teen. So my target demographic is between 16 and 34. That is my target demographic. And that kind of stunts me a little bit on YouTube, because YouTube likes to promote to little wee children. I should have been I feel like I should be more at this point, but some of it's also like I play casually. So, you know, there are times where I don't play for like a week. I mean, I still play games, but, you know, I don't stream for like a week. I also don't upload videos a whole lot, and streams don't get promoted as much as videos. So I'm trying to mix in a little bit more. I've been trying to do more shorts. I've been trying to do more like posted content with actual like video editing and stuff. Like, I'm trying to kind of spread myself out, but I'm still enjoying playing like a casual streamer, right? Content does not work well with children. I swear, I have no reason to stifle myself. Only because I've never been one to stop my language. Like, I may adjust my language sometimes, but it's not a active thought. I don't think about censoring myself. It's just sometimes I do and sometimes I don't. Yeah, children are the largest demographic on YouTube, and it's terrible because YouTube tends to like lean towards promoting to kids, and I don't like that. I don't like that people will play Fortnite or some other little silly kids game, and I guess Fortnite's not really a silly kids game, but like the target demographic of Fortnite, like, there's no blood. There's no, like, death animations or anything. Like, I play games that are rated T for teen. So, you know, the Fortnite kids are not my target demographic. And it's why I actually don't play Fortnite a whole lot. And I still do actually play Fortnite. Just, I don't stream it. I don't post content for it. It's not my target demographic, really. You know? Children's content gets a lot of views. Or, children's content, or what they call safe for kids content. Safe for kids content will get boosted to the most amount of people on the platform, and that's because safe for kids can include people who aren't kids as well. Safe for kids can include a huge content area, and as much as I would like access to those, you know, to those viewers, I just don't want kids. I don't want kids in my chat. I want people who can have meaningful conversations. I don't want somebody who's going to spam Fs in the chat every time I die. And, like, I think it would be funny to have somebody spam me F in the chat, but you know what I mean? Like, I don't want that childish mentality always following me around in my chat. That's not my target. It's just not. And that hurts my growth a little bit, but I would rather play casually and enjoy my build, enjoy my build and my gameplay than have to pander to the lowest common denominator just to get views. Natural growth is always going to be better than forcing it, because if you force it, the little kids are fleeting. Their attention does not stay long. They will more than likely be gone tomorrow. Like, they might hit the subscribe button and all that cool stuff, but the reality is some kids will never look at your channel again. They'll be following 300 something, they'll be subscribed to like 300 and something channels, and they'll only look at like 2 of them. You know what I mean? Like, there's no reason for me to water myself down. Just casual, fun growth. And it's the better option, really. Because you'll get, like you'll get more long-time people who are more likely to come back because they create a meaningful connection or something tangible that they enjoy, instead of, this guy's so good at the game, everybody follow him. I don't want to water myself down. And it does. It hurts my demographic, but I'm okay with it. I get people who actually want to be here. He is standing there menacingly. You see the way he, like, jumped up here with me? He was not going to be down there on the ground while I stood above him. Like, he was not about to have that. I feel so short. Like, I know there's a way to go into, like, third person, right? I'm pretty sure third person view. Look at me. Look at me. I am short, though. God damn, you're tall. Come on down here, buddy. The only reason I'm not really playing this game in third person, though, because I have a problem with third person games, and it's a personal preference thing. I don't enjoy having my character take up 1/5 of my screen. It's just not something I enjoy, so I tend to lean away from that a lot of times. Turn off that third person. Yes, save it. I like the first person view. I can really just kind of enjoy the world in first person.
That lighthouse has been under repair since Adiran ships began filling the harbor.
Alright, we're gonna go there. We're gonna set up camp. But, like, look at this view. There's nothing wrong with playing in third person. Some games play really well in third person. There's no problem with it. I prefer to see the world. I love seeing my character, but Skyrim actually handled it really well, allowing you to switch between the two by clicking your right analog stick, R3. But, this one doesn't have it like that. Played 3 games that were exceptions to this perspective. Okay, what games? I went in there looking for loot, and I just got my feelings hurt. Are you waving at me? What do you want, bro? What?
The local militia's lax at the best of times, which these are not.
So, the Resident Evil games. Let's talk about this. Good games, all over the shoulder. However, the Resident Evil games, and this is my personal opinion, the Resident Evil games, the camera is integral to the way that the game plays. And in some ways, it's kind of like the Souls games, like Elden Ring. The camera is part of the feeling. It's part of the combat, and in a lot of ways, the camera angle for the Souls-like games is the final boss. I would argue that Resident Evil is kind of the same in that aspect. It also, there is, you know, and we discussed like game mechanics and like perception of games and stuff in the past. One thing with camera view is it gives you the perspective and point of view that the creator, the developer, wants you to see. And I think the reason why Resident Evil games play off of this so well is because there's a lot of suspense and like there's jump scare type things that happen in the Resident Evil games. So if you have this one camera angle where you're walking down the hallway, and whenever you turn that corner, the camera angle shifts and you get a whole new point of view and perspective of what you were just seeing. You get a whole different camera angle, and it reveals new information. Sometimes it reveals jump scares. Sometimes it reveals, you know, multiple enemies just waiting over the horizon, and it sets up the perspective really well. You know what I mean? Like it leads you into expecting the unexpected, or, you know, the camera angle isn't just a feature, it's a design aspect. It's part of how the game is played. You know what I mean? It's like going through a haunted house. If you know what's behind every curtain in a haunted house, how is that fun? The whole point of a haunted house is to be scared. How can you be scared if when you look around, everything's revealed to you? You know? And in Resident Evil, they do it in such a way that you can't see what's behind the curtain until you get to the curtain. So it creates that point of suspense, you know? Such a good explanation. Thank you. That's just kind of how I view it. And like that's why I like straight up paused my game whenever you said that. Because in my mind, Resident Evil, the camera angle is both the best and the worst thing about that game. It's, you know, it's the worst because it limits your point of view, but it's also the best because it sets up that dynamic and it makes you look at the game through the way that the developers wanted you to see it. So it creates the dynamic. It actually creates the dynamic. And it also, like, you know, you can't be scared by something that you can see behind the curtain. So they don't let you look behind the curtain until you get to the curtain. And then you see, oh shit, there's a zombie back there, right? That's the best way I can think about it. And I'm glad you like the explanation, but that's like the best way I can think about it, you know? It's a design aspect. It's working as intended. And that's what I always tell people whenever they hate camera angles and stuff. And I'm like, yeah, it's working as intended. It's meant to show you a specific thing at a specific angle at a specific time. You know what I mean? Like, best way I can think about it, right? So let's do this. And this is why I feel like the game kind of leans towards like Baldur's Gate, because the setup party camp, that's a Baldur's Gate thing. Like your friend's camp. Yeah, I got the premium edition. That's how I got the game a day early. Because this game is not full release until the 18th. So, it'll be tomorrow. But I wanted to come to camp and set up camp for the night before I go on.
This much excitement in a while.
Because I have some...
You to thank for bringing it with
I have some speech options with Kai over here. Ooh, enchanting station. Can you do things? Nope, you can't do things. Alright, smelting? I don't think I have anything I really want to upgrade right now. I think upgrading some of my stuff right now might not be worth it for me. I don't even think there's anything I can upgrade at the moment. I feel like Obsidian is just trying to bring everything from all other successful games made before. And so here's the thing, and this is the future of gaming, right? Because there is a phrase, right? There are no new ideas only a new perspective on a different idea, right? So like the idea of, we could go something as simple as like science, like gravity. Gravity's not a new idea or concept, right? You can't say that somebody discovered gravity. No, they figured out and understood how it worked and then found a way to explain it to the rest of the world, right? So like the idea of there are no new ideas, everything's been done before. I don't know if you've played Baldur's Gate. I don't want to ruin it for you if you haven't. I don't want to ruin it for you if you haven't. But yeah, they're looking at what works in other games, and there's nothing wrong with that. You haven't played Baldur's Gate. I'm not gonna ruin it for you. But the concept, right? The core concept of there was a great darkness washing over the land, and you as the hero have to stop it, and that's as simple as I can make it. It's a core concept or a thematic concept that has been touched on and implemented in many different games. The way that this game does it is, you know, you can tell by looking around.
It must be nice to
at
personally, I've always found
like right here.
To be soothing.
The lands are covered with fungus and this creep, right? So in this world, that is your, and see there's another one right here too. That's kind of how this world is built, where that is the thing taking over the land and you have to stop it. You know, I'm not going to go into a whole lot of detail on exactly what is happening because like I haven't gotten into the details of it myself yet, but Baldur's Gate is very similar in that way, in that Baldur's Gate has a darkness washing over the lands and you have to be the one to stop it, right? And it's not an uncommon concept, but it is something to think about because, you know, a lot of people exactly. It's a concept that's been touched on and used in a lot of games. So it's not like it's super original or anything. But it's fun. What's up? How are you? I'm doing good. I'm doing great. How about yourself? Oh, these are so good. Yeah, let's put the new equipment on for sure, for sure. Oh, that's tough. Poison and bleed, maximum stamina. Maximum stamina, movement speed. I like the movement speed. That's tough. Stream's going good. I'm having fun. I'm just getting into Avowed. So, like, I'm exploring a new world and understanding its mechanics and stuff. Just having fun here. I'm trying to decide how I want to do this because I like the max stamina boost, but I also like the idea of the move speed. Am I a new streamer? I'd say I'm just more of a casual streamer. I have been streaming on and off for probably close to like a year or two. I just, I'm inconsistent sometimes with my schedule. Like last week I didn't stream at all, but this game was coming out and I really wanted to get into it. So I figured I would stream. And here I am having fun. I think I'm going to go with the movement speed. I like that. Critical or hit chance? I'm going to go with that. I like that, like, look at this, the transmography system's cool, too. great and interesting ideas, sure. Just keep in mind, I'm kind of a casual streamer. I do have a Discord. I just recently started using Discord again. It's been a little while, so I'm kind of rusty on my Discord skills. I'm trying to remember my Discord name. Hold on, I'm opening my chat right now. I'm trying to remember my Discord name. Whoops. Where is my Discord? Stop. You're annoying me. Oh, not you guys. My notification system. Do you know how to look at the Discord name? Maybe? Oh, wait. How do I... I'm trying to remember how to find, like, the shareable Discord name in the app. Bottom left in the app? That goes to my home screen. If I click on you, it shows me. And... because it's like a name and then it's got like a number on it, right? Man, I am trying really hard right now. Account? That's... username. Display name. There's two names, so I'm not sure which one. Yeah, I clicked on my account. Yeah, you could share yours if you're comfortable with that. The second one. 1560. So it should be... let me see if I could type this out real fast. Oh, that's capitalized. 991. Hashtag 991 hashtag. Oh, what's this number here? 1560. That's the... okay. Let me see. Add. Sorry, I'm like really rusty with Discord. It has been a while. Oh, add friends. Find. Hey, incoming friend request. I waved. Okay, that's gonna have to... I forget my notifications are loud. That's gonna... I'm gonna have to put my phone on vibrate, unfortunately. Yeah, I accepted your request. I would love some ideas. Just keep in mind, I'm kind of a casual streamer, so I tend to be kind of... I'm gonna be honest. I tend to be kind of lazy sometimes. It's a problem for me, really. Look at those gauntlets. Look cool as shit, though. Look at that. I love that you can transmogrify, so it like looks like that looks really cool. How does these things have like no carry weight? Oh, hold that. Ooh, yes, let's break some stuff down, yeah? Oh, you can stash it in camp. Without having to open the inventory container. That's really nice. Oh, I like the Great Hammer, but sorry, bud, I'm not gonna use it. My carry weight's a little bit of a monstrosity right now. Probably have a better job actually selling it, but I think scrapping does pretty well with a lot of games. That max stam reduction and max essence is kind of a pain, though. I'm tempted to stay on the robes just for that reason. Oh, recover max health. That's nice. 1% of your attack damage restored as essence. Pain steal. And 20 maximum health. That is nice. I don't think I want to wear these, though, because like I'm going to be losing essence on that. And I like the magic abilities. That is minus 50 to maximum essence and stamina. Like, that's just... Look at that, though. Oh my god, that's glorious. That was... This came as part of the pack that I got. Yeah, those things look so cool. And turn off the transmogrifications for right now, though. Because I'm probably going to end up trying to put some of these items on my follower. If I can. Ooh. Companion ability. Yeah, the armor looks dope, right? See, I wish I could sell this ability, but I guess it's just part of his build. This one's the one I want. Because he's going to be my tank. I'm kind of squishy. Prime Aquaman, right? I wanted to see if I can, like, equip the armor to my followers. Like, I feel like there should be a way to do that. But yeah, like, look at this. Look at that. That looks freaking sick. This one looks pretty good too, but this one just looks more fancy. I like the way this looks. Like, look at that. That looks amazing. And see, the gloves and boots don't have any negatives, but the armor does. Sent some ideas on Discord. I'm gonna look at them whenever I get done with streaming. just so I don't get distracted, because I can get distracted pretty easily, as you can tell. I get distracted so easily. I'm like a dog chasing a squirrel. Yeah, equipping the followers with armor. That's something from the Outer Worlds. Like, I definitely want to explore that. I want to see, because I feel like you should be able to. But, like, I don't see an option. Maybe if I talk to him. I gotta talk to him anyways.
You know, for most people, getting sent to the Living Lands is a punishment. But, according to Cynric, you're the personal envoy of the Emperor of Adir himself. Quite a position.
We'll just go with the Noble Scion, because that's a backstory it shows.
Now I've got to wonder what you did to get on his bad side. The Living Lands is a far cry from fancy parties and court events.
The professor. You talking about from Outer Worlds, the second follower you get, the pastor? He's like the religion guy. And he has like a personal side quest with him, like a follower quest as well. It does remind me of him quite a bit. Maximilian. I think that's right, yeah. From Outer Worlds. Yeah, that sounds right. It does sound like the same voice actor. Which, knowing Obsidian, they probably did use the same voice actor, honestly.
The Living Lands won't disappoint in that regard. Though I should warn you, you can't rely on charm against Azurup. I look forward to being proved wrong on that account. But that brings me to the real question. Why would the Emperor of Adir send a noble all the way to the Living Lands?
You know, it's funny. He says you can't charm Azurup, but I can be pretty charming with my sword. Just saying. A little bit of magic, throw the charm on him, you know?
Oh, that almost does sound like a punishment. I don't know how you investigate a so-called plague of the soul, so better you than me. Being a godlike, I don't suppose your patron deity gives you any unique insights into matters of the soul, do they? Sorry. It's a rare sight, and these are strange times.
So the voice actor is Brandon Keener. He's got a good bit of movies and TV shows he did as well. I wonder if it mentions his game voiceovers as well. Oh, I don't need to know where he was. Yes, he was Garrus Varkarian from Mass Effect, as well as Isaac from Tom Clancy, Detective Harold Caldwell from L.A. Noire, the Advent speaker from XCOM 2, Tobias in Saints Row and Saints Row 2, and worked extensively in television and film. Okay. Brandon Keener is his name, and appeared in over 70 commercials, Skittles, Wink, BMW, FedEx, KFC, among others. So yeah, he was definitely in Mass Effect. Yep. Okay, it looks like we both were looking it up at the same time. I was reading off the Wikipedia and I looked up at my chat and you had just typed everything that I just read out. That's funny. I genuinely think that's one of the reasons you keep coming back to my channel. We think alike.
I haven't met anyone who's really seen the Dream Scourge yet, but that hasn't stopped people from worrying about the rumors. Refugees are flooding in from outlying regions. The guards are restricting access to the city. And people are making offerings to the gods for everything from hangovers to indigestion, just in case.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's a really weird coincidence. That's another reason I really enjoy the casual gaming type stuff, because I find people with similar interests, and then like Avowed, you know, if you see it and I'm playing it and we like similar things, you might like it, you know? And I already know you like Elden Ring, because I've played that one before and we talked about that one a good bit. Dude, have you seen, I saw another advertisement for Night Rain, Elden Ring Night Rain? Multiplayer experience, kind of like a Fortnite map closing scenario, 3 days, and you get like a big boss at the you know, every night. Have you seen that? Elden Ring's Night Rain? Dude, it looks good. It looks good. I've already seen the hate train for it because so many people are like, oh, we don't want another Fortnite. I saw one person that commented under the video on YouTube that I watched yesterday, and they were like, oh, because you know how people write in Elden Ring, people would write on the ground, it'd be like, try Fort then night, or, you know, Fortnite, so it'd be the word fort and then it would be the word night. It's funny. Somebody commented and they were like, yeah, they saw Fortnite on the ground and Elden Ring took that personally. It's not a battle royale, though. It's not a battle royale. It's not a battle royale. It is a multiplayer experience. I do think invasions are a thing that can happen in that game. Like, I'm almost certain they are. But it's not going to be like 100 people or 50 people on the map. Yes, Fortnite. Exactly. It's not a battle royale, though. It's 3 people, you and 2 friends, or you and 2 people online, whatever. So it's 3 people playing co-op for 3 days in the game. And I think every day was roughly 15 minutes or so, I believe. So every day and night cycles like 15 minutes, which means that like a full 3-day map would be, 45 minutes to an hour. So that's a relatively quick run, and it feels like the same type of mentality as Fortnite, you know, where you would have a limited time on the map, you know, but the scenarios are supposed to change whenever you join into a match. You're supposed to be fighting different bosses on different nights, so it's not going to be something where, like, if you lose, you know, and you don't get the final boss on the 3rd night, it's not going to be like, oh, let's run it again and go get that same boss. It's just not going to happen like that. You're probably going to get a different boss. It's also, according to the video I watched yesterday, it was somebody who had went to FromSoft's headquarters and was actually getting to play the game, and from what they were saying is that some of the bosses anyways, or some of the nighttime like bosses, or some of the mini bosses, or some of them are actually supposed to be characters from previous Souls games. So I feel like they're going to try to bring in some of the stuff from the other Souls game, like, you know, fan favorites and stuff like that. So I'm excited to see what they do with that. Like, I'm looking forward to it, really. I'm fucking excited. It looks so good. I'm so excited.
I like your confidence. Just be careful how you express it. Unfortunately, the presence of so many Adiran troops and the rumored exploits of the Steel Garrote Paladins supporting them is only making a tense situation worse. I think that's why the Clavenger accompanied your ambassador.
I'm so excited for it. It's too late for you. I understand. I'm probably gonna stream. I had planned on streaming till about 4 o'clock. I get distracted with side conversations so easily.
Exactly. Paradise has been quiet lately, but I don't know how long that'll last. We're talking about an island that has been largely settled by nomads, exiles, and
I think that they were trying to plug a little bit of advertising for themselves.
Well, what about what's your stake?
There's nothing wrong with that. I'm gonna look at their Discord. I think I'm gonna look at that Discord because I'm pretty sure that they were offering to do like some artwork, which I might be welcome to. I'm gonna have to check that out. I think they sent a photo for like cover art, like my channel art and stuff. So I'm excited. I want to go look at what they were talking about on Discord whenever I get done. Why would you think I'd come to you every time? Because I'm entertaining. Because I'm entertaining. I'm just a goofy dude collecting loot.
Someone once told me you need more than a little crazy to last out here. I get the feeling you'll fit right in. I'll let you get some rest, but thanks for talking. It's good to be part of a squad again. Even if it's just for a while.
I'm just a goofy little loot koala. You know? I eat the eucalyptus leaves even though they're bad for me. And I find every bit of loot that I can. It's been a pleasure talking to you too, man. See ya, Spino. Be sure to check out the stream after it's posted. I'm gonna play for a little bit longer. I know you didn't get to see me run a dungeon or anything. We just kind of spent a lot of time talking, but I am fixing to run a dungeon, so I know you gotta go, but if you check out the stream later, just fast forward to the part where the dungeon is, man. I'm telling you, this dungeon's fun. Have a good night, man.
Should I break out the booze? I joined up with the Rautine Navy as soon as I was old enough. I was part of our campaign to establish a foothold in the Deadfire.
Bye.
Not that long before, but yeah. Back then, we weren't even making pretenses at our purpose there. We were returning to our ancestral homeland, reclaiming fertile soil that would feed Rawatai. Additionally, we were helping Deadfire, bringing organization to the pirate-ridden archipelago and civilization to our distant Wana cousins. Yeah. The Huana didn't want us there. We spent almost as much time fighting the tribes as we did pirates and Wilder. And it was hard to see how any of our fighting and dying was feeding people back home. I'd always heard that war was supposed to temper us, strengthen us, but I didn't see that either. Some fell apart. Some bought into the cruelty that our continued presence required. Others didn't buy into it, but went along with it anyway. And that bothered me more somehow. I deserted. And I bounced between different mercenary companies for almost 10 years. Hey, not all of us catch on so quick. Besides, there were only so many options for a Rowatayan deserter with no training and anything else. As a mercenary, I figured I could at least choose my battles and my crew. He figured it out faster than I did. It was more of the same. The only comfort was being part of a squad. By the time I came to the Living Lands, I'd seen enough. Had enough. Yeah. Though, in a lot of ways, it feels like I didn't really start living until I got here. Look, if I can give you some hard-won advice, stay on your toes. You're in a difficult position. Whatever your role asks of you, make sure it's something you're willing to give. Because you're the one who has to live with the consequences. Hey, advice is easy. The hard part's all you. Get some rest, Envoy.
living lands will stop to let you rest, pick up that weapon and keep training.
Venture past the palisades at your own risk. There's no guarantee of safety out in the wilds.
Beautiful view from these cliffs. Real long way down, too. Zarops. They may be small, but they'll overwhelm you if you're not careful.
Worse than rough! Worse than rough! Worse than rough!
I was just getting warmed up.
Worse than rough!
Next one's mine.
coming for you.
Oh, no, you don't. This is the Hengen's place, or was. It's the Zarops now.
unseen, unheard.
Worse than rot!
I'm no art critic, but I've never seen a mural like that. Looks like an elf and Zarep holding hands. What do you see? You'd know better than me. Take a look around before we go. Anything juicy? Well, Dehangan's the only one who can make sense of it. We should talk to her.
Build another palisade just like the last. When this one falls, what'll you Adherans do then?
Die alongside you, probably. You fall, we fall. It's that sort of thing.
If the stone wall up the road didn't last, your pointy sticks don't stand a chance. And neither do we.
Look out. Can't guarantee your safety past these palisades.
You take lead.
Watch the left! Hurry!
Another win, but who's counting?
Even Pargrun and walls can't stand against this place.
Left flank! Take your best shot! Point for you!
What a way to go. Careful. Looks like spiders nearby.
Worse than rough!
Next one's mine!
Feel seek! Worse than rough!
Right behind you.
Worse than rough!
Wilds are getting deadlier by the day, but people have to eat.
Worse than rough!
One for you!
Be your sake! Worse than rough! Worse than rough!
A rot seeps through here. Who poisons us? We cannot see.
Odd. Didn't used to be this overgrown. I can take care of that if you want. I'm always telling visitors. We're not as crazy as they've heard.
I got a bad feeling about whatever that bear's chomping on.
Good one!
That's a bad way to go.
Coming in hot.
It's almost like the brambles are trying to crush that house.
Is that all you got?
Worse than rough!
One for you! That's one for us.
Zaros. They usually venture out. I wonder what's got them riled up.
Next one's mine.
Here it comes.
Worse than wrath!
You're mine! Hey! Over here!
The Scourge invades. Claw it out. It breathes. It is close.
That's the clavager. What happened?
Are you blind? We're being hunted. Get rid of the... Band, we'll talk after.
Worse than wrath!
Mine. Come and get me!
Quiet as the...
Worse than wrath! Worse than wrath!
Let's see what you got.
Worse than wrath! Worse than wrath!
Take that, you monstrosity! Well done!
What happened to that bear?
Poor bastard. One of Ludwine's toy soldiers. I never even learned their name. Not that it would have done us any good. Oh, my savior. Oh, thank the gods. Your arrival couldn't have been more timely. I wouldn't have stood a chance against that beast. I owe you my life. Ambassador Falchion Hildegard at your service. And you must be our Imperial Envoy. Better late than never, I say. The Living Lands is a tad rustic for our tastes, isn't it? Aren't you going to introduce me to your capable companion? Can he be trusted? I found it pays to be prudent about the company you keep in Paradise. The Empire doesn't have many friends on these shores.
Hey, not with that attitude.
I'm charmed. I take it you had business with the Clavager? Poor fellow. It was the bear that killed him, of course. This wilderness has been a little too wild of late. I'm no woodsman, but I'm inclined to agree. We heard alarming reports of a blight in the wilderness, and a strange corruption moving toward the city. The changes in the ecosystem are expected, but this one was progressing too rapidly to ignore. We tracked the corruption all the way here, but all we found was that creature gone mad. So, the rumors of plague were true. The situation is more dire than I imagined. We need a plan of action before whatever this is consumes the living lands.
We are here. Come to us. Commune with us. We have waited for you. Come.
What's the matter? Can you hear me? Fascinating. The Emperor trusts your judgment, and so do I. Whatever you think is best, I'll support it. You know something of our troubles. That much is clear. What would you have us do? You suspect a connection. Interesting. Ardra is said to be filled with essence, soul stuff. And maybe the essence will respond to a godlike's touch. Oh, just be careful. The Emperor would never forgive me if anything happened to you.
Take it slow. We'll be right here.
It is you. Come closer. We feared you were but a dream. We awake from seasons of slumber. We have been waiting. A colony of insects. The many united by one purpose. Mycelia twining through the loam. Taking and giving in equal measure. We are the ache in the land, the roots that run deep. And you are familiar to us. Our memories are fractured, but you too are alone in your strangeness. A rot eats at the foundation of this land. Corruption seeps into the soil. It spreads and festers and seeps and crawls. Poor bear. Poor us. Poor you. Yes. The air sings with its spores. It is everywhere. We can feel it. We fear it. We can see where it spreads. It is an infection. A foreign body invades. The host fights back. We feel the pain of this intrusion. It overwhelms us. If an animal sickens after a fight, as it howls and sings its agony, what do you do? Nurse it, care for it, grow it like the vines. We were loved once, perhaps. We remember, almost. A thought, like motion in the water. The rot festers. We could suck the poison out, let green things grow in its place, and we could give you the gift of our healing touch. But a favor for a favor. Would you help us in return when we ask it? A favor for a favor, then. This place shall heal, and you shall know our power. We tire. New again this world, new again words. We will find you soon.
Incredible. Envoy, I don't know what you did, but that was miraculous.
You all right? You look like you were in a trance for several minutes.
What happened? What can you recall? Spare no detail. You must be sensitive to the spirit world. Some are gifted, or cursed, with such talents. Inquisitor Ludwine will need to hear of this. I've agreed to share my findings with the Steel Garrote, as long as they do the same. Not that she has any interest in ecology. Ludwine is obsessed with our security, sees enemies lurking around every corner. Your interests are more aligned than you know. But while you and I answer to the Emperor, Ludwine and the Steel Garrote answer only to themselves. Stay out of their way, and they'll return the favor. True, we all want what's best for the Empire. If only everything were that simple. We'll talk more at the embassy. I'll ensure the Paradise militia give you free passage into the city. Envoy, what you've done here is truly amazing. Let's keep up the good work, eh?
Just watch your step. There are swaths of the city barely more civilized than this. Whatever the Inquisitor's like, she can't be worse than that bear. Can she? You are full of surprises, Envoy. I'd heard godlights have strange powers, but I've never known one to heal an entire grove.
Guess your Emperor really did send the right person for the job. Huh? Still, you have your work cut out for you in Paradise. Enjoy the calm while you can.
The path to Paradise is a tad overgrown, but I can find my way back.
Old fella who used to live here ended up in one of those shanties by the dock. Now I see why.
Another glorious battle.
Not bad. It's got natural light, right on the river. Just needs a little upkeep.
Zarup's ahead.
Worse than rust!
Oh, no, you don't! To your left! Hey! Over here! Here I go! Another down!
Worse than rust!
Left leg!
Worse than rust!
This one's mine. Good one! You're mine now!
Mogren's fury. Keep it away from gunpowder, or you'll be as bald as me.
Next one's mine.
Worse than rough!
Watch the left.
Feel safe!
If you're gonna shoot that bear.
Stand back.
You take lead.
Here we go! One for you!
Just like the good old days.
Show me what you got! My turn! Is that all you had? Nice!
Worse than rock!
Let's see what you got. Next one's mine.
Don't get too used to the comforts of Paradise.
Oh, please tell me I can go home now. You read my journal? That's private. Why would you do a thing like that? Do you snoop on everyone, you... Alright. I lied to you. I can't keep it up anymore. Have you ever felt aimless? Like you ought to have a purpose, but you don't? Like you'd do anything to find out why you're meant to be here? That's a stupid question, isn't it? Of course you'd understand. An animancer told me that I might have half a soul. I finally had an answer. The question was, who got the other half? I thought if I could meet this person and see what they were like, I might gain some purpose or something. And then I came here and found a Zorip. But what do I do about it? How do I not think about what I can never have? I'm so... I've got to find some meaning in all this. I can't go back and I can't go forward. I'm just stuck here. Lost. Again. Well, when you put it like that, if you're positive it doesn't mean me any harm, I'll go. I'll be brave. I'll find it. I really hope you're right. Oh, I forgot. You still deserve to be paid for your time, if nothing else. I didn't think... Well, it's nice to get help from an Adiran. I'll say that much.
enough, Outlander. Well, well. If it isn't the new arrival. So eager to make a name for themselves. We have a problem, all right? And I've got the solution tucked in my sheath.
Unless you're hearing that from a handsome stranger in the bathhouse, that's usually an invitation to trouble. And not as fun as the kind you get into in the steam.
Me and Pod, we aren't so fond of Outlanders. Especially ones looking as strange as you. For all we know, you're one of those sick bastards. A plague carrier. A blight on our fair city. Ha! That's right! Think of us as the Paradise Welcoming Committee. And you're not welcome.
Hey, that's not nice.
No one brings the plague into my town, Outlander. No one. At least you can die knowing it wasn't personal. Oh, poor thing. Did I hurt your feelings? Because that's a good start. Ha! Let's make it quick. You're not the only one with places to be.
Good. I was getting tired of listening to them anyway.
Here we go!
Where's the rock? Be your sake!
We make a good squad.
Nice banner, ain't it? I found it on the beach, covered in bird shit. Must have washed ashore from parts unknown.
Welcome to Paradise, Envoy. The ambassador's expecting you.